Oh. Funny as I planned to start this a lot earlier. Huh. I was like, yeah, I'll be in the mood, I'm sure. To be honest, I still don't know if I am. You know. Hold on a minute, everybody. I have to tend to something already. Because, of course, it can't be that easy. Audio doubled. Oh, that's funny. Hang on a minute. How about now? Excuse me, I had to go feed my cats. Or make sure their dish is fine. There we go. Alright, well... Hello, everybody. Anybody rolling in who needs to unwind, feel free. Because me too. It was very hard to click go live, despite wanting to for a lot of the day. But I was like, I finally willed myself into doing it, just very late. I wanted to do it this afternoon, but I was just very tired. But yeah, so Double Pain, I promised that I would do this a while back, but I didn't want to just keep streaming this game over and over again. But seeing as the last time I completed it was my Hammerman run, which was a couple months ago, I figured the time is ripe. Mario and Luigi Brothership drops tomorrow, and I'm pretty much going to be all on that on my own all day. Because I'm going to be streaming that with my buddy every Sunday, but I plan on beating it on my own time as well. But, yeah, how are we all doing today? I mean, I think I know the answer. Anybody, you know... To any one of the people that watch my streams who pulled up today, I think I know how we're doing today. By and large, I would say like 70 to 80% of people that watch my streams, I know how we're doing. You know, feel free to answer anyways. I do not mind. Oh, for fuck's sakes, dude, my cats are gonna drive me insane today. Yeah, this game is really comfy. I think this was like the absolute best play, given everything. Just to boot this game up. Is the princess waiting here for you? Yeah. Alright. Welcome to Rogueport, baby! You know, it's super nice to see this game in this remake again. I cannot wait for this to run at 60 FPS on the Switch too. It will cook so hard it will be unreal. Oh yeah! No, Goombella! I guess you better go help her. Alright, so the thing about Double Pain is that we can't have it at the beginning of the game, and I think for all of Chapter 1 we can't have it either, so... This is gonna look like a pretty normal TTYD playthrough. But, it'll eventually evolve. Alright, let's see how good my super guards are. Oh, pretty bad. Bad news for the Superguard fans out there in the chat right now. There we go. Nice and easy. Just hit them. Yeah, I love the voices. It's very cute. Oh, yeah. I think I definitely prefer it to just the generic text sound. Just sneak out, don't worry about it. Uh-oh, where'd they go? Well then.
Oh yes.
I can't believe I met you here. I like that they look over there like, oh. Dude, the Pianta Mafia?
Oh.
Might be the best thing they did with Piantas ever, baby. Is just make them Mafia guys. Oh my god, the Toadsworth voice? Oh, there he is, dude. Oh.
Oh yeah.
I missed the sound. Just drop on in. This town is a bit rough. A little. Alright, well, we got our first partner. And I think it's the best one in the game, too. Funny enough. That's not a really common trend in RPGs, but sometimes it happens. The first ally you get is just so good that they're just that powerful. Oh yeah, Seth, I mean, I was talking about Fire Emblem earlier today. And yeah, he is definitely, like, maybe the best pre-promoted unit in the series. I think he has to be, actually. I feel like there's no other unit, like, with that availability who is just that good throughout the whole game. Like, he's just crazy. Like, they call him the best Jagan, but from what I remember, people started calling units like him Seth units. I think he's like his own archetype, because that was just unprecedented. Oh my god, I missed this hammer so much. Oh. I don't know if I would say outright better, but like they're comparable. That's the thing, is that it's not better, it's just like equal. Because like I wouldn't say his growth rates are better than like Ephraim or Erica. Or even like Tana. But like the fact that they're comparable at all is enough to elevate him. Because it's like, oh, he's gonna get enough experience from the bosses he's killing and the sets of enemies that he's gonna run through. To the point where, like, he'll be leveling up quite a bit in the playthrough. And because he has those good growth rates, his already really good bases just get way better. Yeah, he's just broken. Anyway, she's all like, where's my contact lens? Now we can't do anything. Can't go over that way. But yeah, for those disappointed I'm not streaming Brothership tomorrow, don't worry, the Sunday stream with ARPA will have it. I promise. You know, that is happening. Which I'm very excited. I'm very excited to be able to stream another Mario and Luigi game with ARPA. Hopefully one that I won't quit. Yeah, the original game was like, wait Mario, you lost half your coins. I don't know why they changed it. I guess it was pretty obvious because the menu shows you. They made the dialogue a bit more flavor texty. The Paper Jam stream was funny in that tragic way. I mean, you were watching me, like, go to the edge of my sanity. You know what the worst part about that game was? The worst part of that game is how long it took. And I don't mean long as in, like, it was a big game like Dream Team where I was, like, doing things. It was just, like, battles took forever in that game. And then, like, it felt like every single screen you go to in Paper Jam, like, every new screen, you're, like, coin flipping on whether or not the game's gonna stop you and make you play a minigame, or not. But more often than not, it felt like it just stopped you every time you got anywhere. Like, you weren't even exploring, really. So, like, this new game does not have a lot to do. Like, Brothership does not have to do a lot to be better than that, you know? Like... And the reviews for it seem to be pretty positive for the most part. So, I mean... I'm sure I'll have a great time with it. I could have sworn there was a star piece there, but maybe I'm wrong. Alright, do we beat this guy? You're an outsider. 10 coins. I can take you. Oh man, this remix? Oh, this is why I wish we had this in the GameCube game. I love this track here. That's Gus. He's super annoying. He tries to take tolls from everyone. Nice. Oh, I'm realizing I took 1 damage from Lloyd Crump, and I did not heal it. Oh! This guy doesn't even have a defense stat of 1. He's not threatening at all. If you have your super guards down pat, he's not so bad. Oh! It's okay though. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Where's Toad song, I think ARPA has that as like his ringtone on his phone still, which I think is hilarious. Like, I find that endlessly amusing for some reason. It's just left such a deep imprint on his psyche that, like, he can't help but have it there. Anyways, we cooked that fight. I mean, no question, right? Alright. I think if you beat Gus, and then you come in here without tattling him, you can see, like, the tattle log thing in the garbage bin already, which is pretty funny. So I bet you for some people who played this game and didn't know about that, their first vision of Frankly's house had, like, garbage in his can, which is very fun. I've got it! You're Goombella! Dude, University for Goombas. What do you think that's like? Wonder if Bowser has good funding on that. Alright, and so it begins. We get to go find this old-ass door. The crystal stars are MacGuffin! Mario has the map? Yeah, sure, have the map, bro. The one and only magical map. I love that he's like, alright, let's go, and he immediately just jumps out the door and is like, yeah, let's go to the sewers. Like, imagine going up to somebody and you like, yeah, we gotta like find this thing, and he's just like, yeah, you know, we're gonna go down to the sewers now. Like the sewers?
Oh.
Nope. Nope. He's a real archaeologist? Oh, hi, Synthetical. How you doing? I'm alright at the moment. I suppose me as well. I'm as good as I can be today. Alright, time for the easiest encounter in the game. Just kidding. I mean, I'm sure there's Goomba fights that aren't this one. Oh, the music! You know, it's funny, as much as I love, like, the battle theme changing based on where you are, if this was the song for the whole game, I would have also been completely fine with it. God, this soundtrack is so much better. Oh. I'll just be over here watching. Alright, thank you. Thank you! That's a Goomba. It sure is. Oh. Huh. I kinda get it now. Yeah. Oi. Oh! Okay, the castle battle theme is good, but I don't know. My favorite battle theme is the Chapter 5 one, I think. Or no, Chapter 6, sorry. The Chapter 6 battle theme, I love that one. I don't know how I hit the super guard on Gus, but I can't hit it here. There we go. Also, hey, since we're not doing a BP Oni run, I'll actually be able to upgrade my FP. Which is a weird feeling. No one ever talks about this. It's a deeply, like, psychological question, right? Like, do Paragoombas just, like, lose their wings forever, or do they grow back? Are they, like... Well, I guess it grows back, because he's got them back on the map over here. Oh, right, the other thing about this game that they, or this remake soundtrack that they added back, that was missing from the original game, funny enough, is the little jingle that plays if you get hit on the map. In the original Thousand Year Door, it just went straight to the battle theme, but here you get a little thing. Like, if you get the first strike, you hear that. Oh, yo, close call? He's got a badge already. I wonder, if we're really lucky, he'll drop it. I don't remember what the drop rate is, but it's like 1 in 100 some... Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna happen. I didn't have much faith in that, but... You never know, right? Yo, these enemies are all having items. I feel like I'm playing a tower run all of a sudden. Like I'm doing Tower of Trials. But I'm not. Alright, that was another change I really appreciated in this version. The item inventory being moved up to 15 slots instead of just being 10 at the beginning of the game, because this game throws a lot of items at you early on. And you run into the item limit really quickly, I find, but in this remake it does not happen as bad. I remember people going, well, why does the Strange Sack only give you, only 5 extra slots? But it's like, 25 item slots would be so overkill. Like, personally. I think we get our first, you technically get your first badge here if you know... You know where to jump. Oh, look at these guys! Seeing these guys in HD was also pretty weird. Did anybody ever talk about this enemy outside of, like, people that, like, play this game? Like, I've never heard this enemy come up in any conversation outside of this game. Like, when people aren't playing Thousand Year Door, I don't think anybody's talked about this thing. This is one of the forgotten Paper Mario enemies, I would say. Oh. Like, I would say everybody remembers the clubber. And, like, a lot of bosses. But this? Hell no. Like, what the hell is this thing? Alright, let's see if I can't get the super guard. There we go. I forgot it's quite late. They feel like enemies from a rough... I think they kind of are. They were supposed to be like hamburger plate things or something, and then they just got changed. I don't know when in development, it's never really been confirmed, but they did get changed. Hang on, it's somewhere around here. There it is. They're a proto Super Paper Mario enemy? Oh, that makes sense. Anyways, we got Pretty Lucky, which is like kind of a crap badge, but it's okay. Like, Pretty Lucky is not very good, but Lucky Day is solid. Which you can get if you win, like, I think it's like second place at the Happy Lucky Lottery. Or maybe it's first, I don't remember. I'm like... Ah, yes, the chest. There you go, bud. I love these evil chests. Nice. Farewell, you fool. Alright, well now we can paper airplane mode at least. I love all the like little lore implications too, like when you find out that those are probably like the 4 heroes or whatever. The ones that sealed away the Shadow Queen at the end of the game. This game has a lot of little things like that I like in its story. So despite like the story being pretty simple, with the exception of like a few chapters, it does a really good job at weaving like an engaging world. At least by Mario RPG standards at the time this game came out, I'd say. Like, as good as I think the original Mario RPG was, I don't think its plot was, like, something I remember being particularly, like, incredible. Like, it was charming and well told, but it wasn't really groundbreaking or anything. Like, this definitely feels like the first, like, Mario RPG to really, like, try to have a more complex plot. And then Super Paper Mario went, like, way overboard on it, some could say. But Super Paper Mario kind of had to do that because the actual gameplay was very boring. So it's almost like self-justification, you know, like... Yeah, I mean, originality is kind of hard. I don't think any... I think a lot of RPGs don't really have, like, a super original plot point. But, like... I think this one's interesting and well executed. Which is all that matters, you know? It's compelling, it's fun. And it does stuff that you would not expect from a Mario game. Like, it does things out of Mario's wheelhouse normally. And I think that's cool. I think that's very, very neat and awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the characters, the partners in Paper Mario 1 were like... I think the biggest criticism is that they were like visually interesting and that's it. And even by that, they were like literally a Mario character with like an accessory. Like, oh, it's a Koopa with an ascot. Or a scarf. Like, the ones that actually stand out in Paper Mario 1 are like Lackluster and Paracari, I think, are both really good. And Bow. Like, those three are the ones. Every other one is just like a Mario enemy with like an accessory, that's it. And they don't have much character. Like, Bow! Bow has a lot of character. Paracari, not really. Lackluster, kind of. Like, Lackluster has like dialogue, which is more than most of the other partners have, really. But, No, no, I'm good. No, I'm good, bro. No? Alright. Take this with you. Here it is, a bad badge. But it's good for this point in the game. No. No. Here's hoping you find that pipe to Petal Meadows. You're right, bro. I hope so too. And look, we could spend all of our FP, or all of our badge points on that. Now, does Charlieton show up now? I don't think he does, unfortunately. Like, we're kind of in a rut here. I don't think he shows up until after Chapter 1, yeah. So unfortunately, Double Pain will not be a thing until we beat Chapter 1, so you don't get to see me try to fight Hooktail with it. Believe you me, though, I wish I could. The result would not change. Alright, now I think there's some decent badges we can get at this point in the game. Oh, yeah. We have a special curated selection of recommended badges. If you're looking for something more niche, check the cardboard box. No. So yeah, the cardboard box, full price. Anything out here is a little cheaper. That's not as good in this run. Last Stand, however, is quite strong. We might need that. Also, they give you nostalgic tunes for literally 1 coin, which I think is very funny. Quite literally 1 coin. Anyways, we're gonna order a contact lens. So the funny thing about the shop system in the GameCube game, I think they made the dried shroom to the west area, once you get to the west Rogueport area. In the original, the dried shroom was 1 coin. Here it's 2. What you used to be able to do is you could buy dried shrooms, sell them back because they have to give you 1 coin for them. You'd sell them back, and then you would keep rebuying them after selling them back. You would be able to basically farm shop points. And you could do that for Pre-Hook Tail Pit as well on the GameCube one. Like, if you're doing Thousand Year Door Pre-Hook Tail Pit on GameCube, you can use glitches to get to the west end, and you can super rank Koops as well. On top of being able to farm shop points for good items. Pre-Hook Tail Pit is easier in the remake in some ways and harder in others, because you can't do that. You have to go in with like a much more minimum inventory, but is there any badge I really want from him that I can use? Not really right now. We'll come back to him after Chapter 1. Power plus P is like an obvious one. I mean, that one's just... Basically, any badge that ups your partner's attack is really good in this game, because partners, they're worse than Mario, but not by a lot. Like, partners are very, very strong in this game. Wahoo, dude! Yeah, for double pain, we're gonna be using, I'm probably gonna be making use of the Jumpman badge, which I know, is famously pretty broken. But when you're taking twice as much damage from everything, you kinda need what you can get, you know? Ugh. On the bright side, danger badges are going to be really nice, because it'll be super easy to get down to danger thresholds. But the downsides naturally come through in the form of, taking double damage. And not having Spike Shield until the end of Chapter 4. Which is quite a pain. Because, you know, in Tower of Trials, Jumpman and Spike Shield is like a classic, but I always seem to get that, like, kind of in close tandem. But in this game, you can get Jumpman as soon as you see Charlieton, but you certainly can't get Spike Shield by then, and there's no, like, glitch to do it either. So, you know, we're kind of stuck in that regard. It's okay, though. You know what they say, we'll make it work, no matter what. It's just a matter of how well will it work, you know? But the answer may surprise you, I think it'll be shockingly high. Well, I have Power Smash on, right? I should keep it on Last Stand, but... Yeah, early game badge loadouts aren't the most exciting. I know, what a surprise. At the beginning of the game, you don't have much equipment. But I mean, you know. Yeah, no danger strats right now. We don't have the badges for it. Well, this fight has a nice and easy solution. I think the game gives you a fire flower for this very reason. Gross! So the fire flower will do 3 damage to everything, and it'll knock out all the tentacles right away. Very good for us. Now we can just wail on him. Let's power smash him. Oh, whoops. I'm used to the GameCube one. It's a lot faster there. Anyways, we don't even need Power Smash. Let's go! Oh, hell yeah. The real game begins now. Except it doesn't because we don't have double pay. And Charlie Tim will not show up until after this chapter. Regrettably. This song is 1-1 but cooler. You know what's wild? I actually think that's the first song in Super Paper Mario, like the first area. I think that is... That is actually Mario 1-1. You know how epic it was? I think I said this when I first streamed this remake too. But you know how cool it was for me as like a kid to see like the first boss was just a dragon? Like, that's so unbelievably awesome. Like, it's just this big dragon. It was all over the marketing, too. I remember that much. But how could it not be? It's a big dragon. That's definitely them flexing their GameCube hardware a little. Like, oh yeah, you know... There's 3 of them even. The Fire Emblem... True! There is Bonetail. We do have to do Pit of 100 Trials of Double Pain, which is going to be kind of horrifying when I think about it. I better not miss my Super Guards. Like, oh, you didn't press B at the right time, I guess you're gonna die in one hit. I might actually have to upgrade HP. That's like a real thought. The double pain run might require 20 HP. I know, it's inconceivable. Like, it's almost like an affront to God, right? Like, seeing me upgrade HP in a Paper Mario game. Not like in a roguelike mod or anything, but like in an official Paper Mario game, you ever see me do that? You know, I've given up on doing it with that with badges. Like, that's me surrendering. Anything higher than 10 HP, that's like me giving up. But it might have to be done. Yeah, I didn't know if I wanted to, Jack, but given everything, I was like, man, I think I need to, and the people that watch my stuff could always use this. Because I was in a pretty bad mood this morning. And I was gonna stream today anyways, but it took a lot to get to click go live. But it's helping. I could have sworn there's a... Oh, I think there's a star piece to the right. I'm silly. No, Jack, it's fine. I mean... It could have meant any number of things. A lot of people are really surprised I'm so, like, locked in on it. But I'm just, like, really emotionally attached to a lot of people that live there, even though I don't. So, like, to see things immediately get worse is like, well... That doesn't feel great for me. It does not bode well for so many people who want nothing more than to just live their life, you know? So here we are, like, dealing with this. Yeah, I don't know either. The best case scenario is that it'll be worse than 2016 to 2020, but not worse enough to, you know. But it will be worse. I'm guaranteed it will be worse. But I do think people need to get it out of their system. I think, like, I'm not a big fan of telling people to immediately get over it. Because I think there's going to be a lot of pent-up frustration and a lot of, like, emotion right now. And I think it's important to air that out. And not just leave it. You just can't, like, you can't swim in it forever. Exactly. Yep, 100%. Like you have to wallow in it for a bit, right? You have to really absorb it and come to grips with it, and then you have to like do stuff after. Because what you do after is going to define how it goes for you. Ultimately. And for some people, like, just staying alive for the next 4 years is the best defiance they could possibly give, because, you know. But I'm just like... I'm just like, man. And at first, when all this came through, I contemplated not going to Frosty's, which is silly. But I was very, very in my own emotions at the time. But I talked with Krakan about it, and we both agreed that depending on where the economy goes throughout all this too, the chances of there not being another Frosties is like actually not impossible. So I'm going with the principal idea of that, like, if this is the last one for whatever reason, I'll be happy to have been there. And I could very easily just not go to 2026's Frosties if I feel so strongly.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't want to sacrifice this one because I've already set aside the finances and made plans, you know? If this has to be my last trip to the United States for like 3 or 4 years outside of like passing through the border to get to London in Ontario, I'd be fine with that. But I don't want to miss out on this for that. I don't think it'd be worth it. I was gonna say, Jack, you're actually hella ducking this. Could have been better, to be honest. I think you'll find solace in being away from it. I really hope it works out for you. Oh yeah, I mean... There's also the threat of global destabilization, which is... Obviously, it's being less talked about because people are more focused on, you know, will I be alive? Which is fair. That's completely fair. But, you know, there's also a very, very real possibility of just like... Yes, that's what I was... Yep. Anyways, I have to use the restroom. But when I come back, I will continue talking about this. Because, you know, obviously I have to. It's in my mind, I have to. I can't escape it. But I will be right back momentarily.
Galactic might! I grow even stronger. I grow even stronger.
Bakamon! 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 バカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモンバカモン
Hello everybody, I'm back. That was a really long bathroom break. Did I fall into the toilet? You fucking know it. I'm out of the toilet! I'm back. Hi, Dino! Oh my god. Why does Dino always rave when I'm taking a piss? Can somebody explain this? I hope he doesn't have cameras in there. Every time, it's just consistent. He's got the piss sense? I'd believe it. I was about to text you. In like 10 minutes I have to go get the rice that I put in the cooker as well, but you know, that's easy to do. I'm doing a nice simple meal tonight. You know it, baby! Some rice, we got some vegetables. Hello! Thank you for joining. I still have 10k points of Bakamon ready? Oh, good lord. How you doing, Dino? How'd your stream go? What games you play? Oh! Oh, thank you for the gift subs! Oh, Hano's been in here? Hasn't said anything. He's too busy playing his Steam gacha game. Oh, you're gonna hear easy, like... Charlie's Angels? Oh, I saw that game at a, Wait, Charlie... on GameCube, right? I want to make sure, because I don't know if there's more than one Charlie's Angels game. Okay.
Easy.
Which sounds like a statement for the utterly deranged. But... I'm sure there is.
Easy.
I'm sure there's like a GBA one. I honestly probably need a new sub notification. I haven't streamed SAG Claps in like years.
Easy.
But I'm so attached to this. Anyways, everybody enjoy your Dragon Master sub icons. Why the fuck did my emote not work? Oh, that's the Franker. Yeah, okay.
Easy.
I was like, wait a minute. Silver Surfer is the channel culture? He kind of is, yeah.
Easy.
Anyways, we're doing a double pain run. For anybody that doesn't know what double pain is, the game lets you buy this cool badge from a traveling merchant known as Charlieton that is simply called double pain. And all it does is make you take double damage. That is literally all it does. You can't get it until after Chapter 1, though. So, like, the first, I want to say, hour of this run just looks like I'm playing Paper Mario. But don't worry, it's going to get really interesting really fast. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing well today. As well as you can. That's just very badly timed on my part. I am streaming to help unwind and decompress my brain. You know, Jack, I'm proud of you for all the Bakamon. At least you kept sound playing on the stream that wasn't just that song. Some variety. I need to re-get the power slide redeems and everything. Because those are gone because I moved hard drives and stuff. I'm on a solid state drive now. But a lot of the files are just not there anymore. Or maybe I could do new alert sounds. It's been long enough. Maybe I can make one of them like, Where's Toad, you know? Another long session of Mario Kart 8. God bless. I haven't played that game in forever, but I hear the DLC is quite good. I'm part of a family plan that has the expansion pass online. And I basically have the DLC for free, but I've never played it. And, you know, that's on me. I probably should, but you know. Oh, you know, don't mind me. You playing Mario Kart at Frosty? Ooh, tempting. I don't want to bring my Switch though. I'm lazy. I don't want to pack though. It's gonna be hard enough to convince me to do luggage for the extra N64 controllers. Because my friend wants to bring his N64 with the copy of Superman 64 we bought while I was at his place when I was vacationing. Because he has 2 controllers and I have 2 controllers, so we could set up the 4-player on Superman 64 if we really wanted to. Assuming the Frosties TVs actually have, like, input for it. But I need to bring my controllers, plural. Next to the Iska setup. Dude, everybody's just gonna go play Guilty Gear. Nobody's gonna be like, oh man, Superman 64, I gotta be at Frosty's for that. Oh my god, people would skin me alive for putting that on like a display. I'd get friggin' stabbed, dude. I would not live! I would not survive. Heavy Nova, that only requires 2 people. You know what's great about Heavy Nova? It's still a better competitive game than Rise of the Robots. Rise of the Robots might be the worst competitive fighting game ever. I mean that with, like, complete sincerity, by the way. Like, no lie. It is. I think my only answer to that, Polar Bear, is that Robot's funny. And I mean, Cyberbots is a game that is also pretty funny. But, like, Rise of the Robots, right, for those who don't know, is this, digitized, like, fighting game that has robots in it, right? Obviously, it's Rise of the Robots. But the big thing about it is that only player 2 can pick a character. So in essence, every single, like, match in Rise of the Robots is, RPS. Because player 1 is saddled with, like, the worst character in the game, and player 2 can just pick the top tier. So there's no way to really have meaningful competition in that game. It is literally just rock, paper, scissors. So you could just run an RPS bracket and save time, and then call it a Rise of the Robots bracket. It would be basically the same thing. Which also means if you're feeling really saucy in your friend groups and want to confuse people, you could totally, like, change any mention of rock, paper, scissors into, like, Rise of the Robots. You'd be like, we gotta have a Rise of the Robots competition to determine who gets to do whatever. And they'll be like, what does that mean? And you'll just be like, it's RPS. And you'd be right! Oh, Dino Rex? I still remember commentating that, like, what the hell was it? 100 entrant Dino Rex bracket? That was a couple years ago by now. I miss when life was that simple. I can't believe I'm gonna say that the years of being in a literal pandemic is about to be better than the next 4. Including the part where we ran a 100+ person Dino Rex bracket. Actually, for Canadians, it's gonna be like, this year is just gonna be like remarkably dark, and then We're gonna have our election, and then it's gonna be 5 years of just, I want to die. It's what, we do ours every 5, if I'm not mistaken? So, you know, we get 1 year of going, oh, this is bad. And then we get to do 5 years of that, but, like, it's at home. Well, you know, yippee. Stay tuned, I'll hit the cope 1 year later. I'll probably be playing Mario and Luigi Brothership and doing, like, some kind of challenge run. So get your copium reacts ready. And know that I will not make fun of anybody living south of Canada at the moment, because it will just be happening up here. It's okay though. I'm here to play Paper Mario in the meantime. And just miss my super guards. I've been in a lot of trouble. Oh my god, dude. You know, I've never thought of you as a troublemaker. But, you know, hold on, let me go get my rice now. I think it's cooked. 1 minute.
Bakamon! 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 Bakamon!
All right.
Bakamon!
He's. Oh my god.
Bakamon!
Thank you, Jack.
Bakamon!
Oh my god. You know, I'm actually really impressed that my Stream Alerts setup manages to keep up with all that. Because I've seen other streamers who just, like... who quite literally, like, their alerts are going so bananas, they straight up just do not keep up. Like, do you imagine being, like, the intern that has to do, like, the IT report for, like, every VTuber's super chat shit on YouTube? Like, oh, the super chat broke again. Time to repair the server, and you're just, like, sitting there crying. It's the 3rd time you've done it today. I could not even. Well, have a good night, Karen. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, the Nico one? I don't know how to, like, technically do that, but I'm sure it's possible.
I grow even stronger.
I'm almost certain it has to be. At the same time, given that anybody could, like, run through on Twitch and just, like, drop a message in my chat, I'm scared of it. You know, like, how trustworthy am I, really? I'd have to build in a filter. Oh. Dude, South Americans are just, like, funny people in general. They are hilarious. I love the name Duelos Culpables, because it sounds, like, super hype. And it just literally means guilty duel. And I think they know that, but it just sounds cool as hell. So it's like, oh man. I gotta watch Duelos Culpables. Like, it sounds like you're talking about like a lost Quentin Tarantino film. But no, it's just guilty duels and like... Oh, I love this guy's voice. You don't play in them anymore! Well, actually, I haven't... That's not true. I think you keep getting drafted just like to fight random people. I feel like they just send you at people who are like what is this matchup? And then you kill them. But you spend the entire week beforehand, like, actually preparing. And then they're like, alright, we got our Dizzy player. They've never played the May matchup before. And you're like, oh, okay. Picklestone. I love this voice. What? Oh. I didn't read that. Oh, this one's, eight? I could be wrong. Yeah. The 7 Picklestone would have gone crazy. Group. Oh. Wait, you spent points to be in the other one? They let you, like... They let you buy your way in? Wow. I still think it's funny that before that ever happened, you just got drafted in. Like, I'm pretty sure I called you Jack Walker, honorary South American, for, like, months. You kinda had, like, South America to your internet for a little bit. Back when you first got Cox Communications. I remember that. That was a funny arc of your Plus R experience. It was so funny. The set with Jacob, I'm never gonna forget that. Super Question 64? It says 7 right up there. But it was very funny. It was, like, extremely funny. That image of, like, Jacob and Cox Communications, I'm never gonna forget it. The inside job angle is so much more fun. Like... Oh man, Valhalla, they haven't ran one of those in forever either. I think it was, just Nock is too busy. But you wanna... Oh, you... When you're in Japan, you totally could. I would say keep in touch. You can hella do it, though. If you're down to do the legwork, it's completely possible. I mean, you could, but it'd be way better if you did it in Japan, because, you'd be running on JST, which, they normally coordinate around. Because otherwise you have to do it at like 11 at night. ESD. And well, that wouldn't be super comfy. Playing in it? Sure, whatever. See, but I think you just keep it like it is, you know, in the spirit of the original event, you know? It just has to be like this, just like, funny thing, you know? I believe that's what he did. That sounds right. I'm so good at supercarding, bro. Oh. It is gonna be really funny not using P up, D down. Which is in fact a badge I normally use, but when I have double pain on, that is just like a legitimately terrible idea. Because it does not apply to calculation after. Oh, does Karagort know you're going? I'm assuming you probably told him already. Oh yeah, Synthetical. I would argue that, even the run-up. Like, if you consider the fact that Marilyn, when you fight her with the Shadow Sisters again... Or, sorry, the three Shadows, excuse me. They're all sisters, though, but... I'm just so used to the old name. When you fight her again... She has the lightning attack that just does 10 damage. And you can't super guard it, you just have to guard it and take 9. Or like use a bushi, or put it to sleep or something. And do you know what else is ridiculous? Sleep in this remake. Ah. Sleep is so broken in this remake. Oh, damn. Oh! I'm washed. It's okay. Like, sleep in the original is quite good. But here it's like... super god tier. It's just cracked in this game. But yeah, you know, I'm excited for Mario and Luigi Brothership tomorrow. I'm ready for that game. I've been ready for a long time. get cooked. Ooh, get cooked. Ooh, hoo-hoo! That's called cooking right there. Yeah, I love this remake. I was thinking about doing Double Pain in like the vanilla GameCube game, but I was like, nah. I like this remake way too much. Also, Nintendo confirming some great news earlier today. The Switch 2 is going to have backwards compatibility with all Nintendo Switch Online things and Nintendo Switch games, which... I mean, I figured it would. I was absolutely positive it would. Because they've put so much into their online platform and, like, their subscriber plan that it would just make no sense if it didn't carry over. But, for anybody who was skeptical, yeah. And Nintendo and backwards compatibility are never anything I'm ever worried about. The only reason the Switch can't play Wii U games is because it's on cartridges. I guarantee you if it had a disc drive, it would be playing Wii U games. But I'm gonna be excited to have a Switch 2 in my my home. I'm wondering what it'll do with regular Switch games with regards to performance. Everyone get him! Whoa! I truthfully anticipate a lot of games will run at 60 on the Switch 2. I'm anticipating a $400 price tag on it. Anything higher would be too much. $400 to $450 is what I'm expecting. But they could surprise me and do like $350 or something. I don't know. I would be really surprised, but... like, it would be genuinely surprising to me. But maybe they will, I don't know. Nintendo's always been known for like competitive pricing, so I guarantee you it'll cost less than a PS5 Pro. While also coming with a disc drive. You know. Or rather, a cartridge slot. You definitely won't have to worry about that bullshit. I still cannot believe that. I think that's launching this week, isn't it? The PS5 Pro. With its lack of stand. Oh my god. With the no stand included and the... and no disc drive. Oh, when they announced, I could not believe what I was reading. I was actually in shock. I think the PS5 Pro signifies to me the end of, like, the standard console. Like, I'm watching the novelty fart out and die. It costs what? Hold on, what the fuck? Okay, what is the value of the Australian dollar? Is it like... how much of a US dollar is it? That doesn't sound right. 1,200? gonna say is that because the PS5 Pro here in Canada was looking like 800 or 900 bucks. 1,200 though, that's really high. Hold on. Let me look this up. Now you got me curious. Ooh, that might be why. Hold on. Yeah, ours is 0.72. Australia's 0.66. Ooh. Wee. Yeah, that's... That's not the greatest look. Yeah. But I mean, like, why would I ever buy that? Overpriced-ass paperweight. Like, I know I probably sound a little console worry, but like, I just genuinely don't know why I would own one. Maybe I don't play enough modern games. Very real possibility, by the way. But, like, doesn't even bump the CPU. Are you serious? Is it just the resolution then? Come on, there's no way. Are they really that CPU bound on the frame rate? Because I at least figured they would, maybe if they had like a better GPU in there, they'd be able to just like increase the resolution a bit and then like offload some of the work onto the GPU. Because that's generally how it works, even in like gaming computers. Is that the higher your resolution is, the more it uses the GPU rather than the CPU. Oh my god, that's awful! Then why is it so fucking expensive? Oh my god. Oh. Make it make sense. Also, apparently the Switch 2 will have an Ethernet cable directly in, so I'm also hoping that, for whatever reason, it will also have USB 3.0 hookups. My fingers are crossed for this, because if it has USB 3.0, that should eliminate any of the controller input latency from a Pro controller being hooked up. I mean, yeah, people are definitely bigger on performance. There's diminishing returns at this point with video game resolutions and graphics, I think. I think we've been sort of nosing up against that limit more and more, and I think now we're actually at it. Because the thing is, a lot of these games will look good even on the lower settings. Even on medium, even on just high and not ultra, these games still look great. And the improvement to performance is massive, so people are like, well, if it's like mildly worse looking, but it runs way better, it's a no-brainer, right? But I also think that's why consoles are going to die. And I've been talking about this like all year this year, but like, I think the Switch was Nintendo realizing that regular home consoles will not live. I do not think it's gonna happen. I think things like the Switch and the Steam Deck signify the future of where, like, games like this are going. Which some people don't like to hear, but, like, plugging in a home console and sitting at your TV is just, like, slowly becoming less common. Both due to the price and also due to just, like, the way the world is right now.
Oh?
So hey Krikon, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you, nice to see you. God, video games and everything is gonna look so different in 4 years, I'm sure. 5 years, 6 years from now. A decade from now, I might not even play video games anymore. Which, I don't even think that's a bad thing, really, but... It is what it is, right? I'm probably gonna grow up and things will change in my life.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe I'll play video games for the rest of my life, which is also a very likely alternative. Because I love writing about them, I love talking about them, I love playing them. They are my, like, little enrichment hobby, so... Nah, Kirkan, I think you're in it for the long run, buddy. I think when you get older, though, you'll start playing grandpa games. I think it's great that Peglin is so addictive for you. You can play that even when you're, like, 70. Yeah, me too, buddy. Now, playing new games, very different conversation. The only, like, video game sphere that I'm super interested in is, like, Nintendo games, obviously, and, like, indie games at this point. A lot of the offerings in other areas aren't doing it. Have a good night, Jack. Like, when I look at what, like, modern gaming spheres are offering me in the new era, I'm just like, you know, independent games are kind of where it's at. And Nintendo makes games basically the same way they always do. I think Nintendo games evolve, but they also sort of all feel like they're Nintendo games. You have that sense when you play them. Like, they simply improve at their craft, but they never really, like, have changed it outright. And for me, that's a benefit. Because it's very old school. I honestly think that's why, I think that's why Nintendo, beyond, like, making more interesting games than they did during the Wii U era and the Wii era, has been thriving this gen. Is that, like, the way Nintendo makes games used to be really common. So you'd see things like a new Zelda game, and people would be like, oh, it's just another new Zelda game, but nowadays everybody's like, it's a new Zelda game. Like, I mean, the hype was always there, but Nintendo sort of, used to make games the way everybody made games, because, you know, video games were just very, very, like, very much Japanese-driven. And nowadays, that is not the case at all. So Nintendo games kind of stand out more now, I think, rather than less. And as a result, when people review them or look at them, it's like, yeah, this does feel different than what I like normally would play. And for me, that is nothing but a good thing. But I grew up with them. If I didn't grow up with Nintendo games, maybe I would feel differently.
I grow even stronger.
There's a very, very good chance. But this stuff was my childhood, whether it's a good or a bad thing. Also, thank you for the follow, whoever that was. I heard another one earlier. I keep my follows anonymous, but I appreciate it very much. Wow, that's a really good item to get. Aw. Yo, this song, yo, yeah, it's a great track. Oh, Krakan, did you hear the good news about the Switch 2? Full backwards compatibility? The online service carrying over, so I'm assuming if you just link your account, it'll just automatically go over. And you can just transfer your whole system over to the new one. I expected them to, but everybody was like... Another shoe to drop? You mean like in a good way or a bad way? I mean, I'm sure they have more information, but... I mean, yeah, probably, but, you know, everything ever has that, is what I've accepted, so I just hope that the thing that sucks about it is not the Joy-Cons, or whatever they're replaced with. I hope that the thing that's bad about it is something kind of arbitrary that I can get over quickly. Like, oh, I don't know, it doesn't run games at 1440p. I would be okay with that. If they announced that, I would be like, okay, sure. You know what? You got me. That's fine. We can't do 4K. Put my hands in the air like, well, it's gonna make, like, people on Twitter, you know, angry. No docked mode? There's no way. They wouldn't call it a Switch 2 if it couldn't do that. That'd be really funny, though. That would probably be the Switch 2 Lite. I don't know, I think Nintendo, curiously, has not dropped the ball very often when it comes to things like their hardware and their software lately. Proprietary Mario cards only. My god, the worst part about that is that would still be more price efficient than the fucking PS5 Pro. That's the worst part, is that wouldn't even be that bad now. I hate that. I don't say that with joy in my voice. Like, that is just depressing, right? I mean, like, there's no other way to put it, really. Oh my god. What if they did that, then they bought limited run games and then renamed it to unlimited run games and made them print carts forever? Like the Japanese Yakuza dungeon. Then we'd be cooking. Like, yeah. Wow, there's a rerun of that Shansei game. That's really particular. Like, you hear, like, the screaming and shaking of bars. I have always hated this line of dialogue. What the hell do you mean, these bones, they remind me of my father? Like, there's some shit you gotta unpack there, right? What the hell does that mean? One, why do you know what a skeleton looks like? Two, what do you mean they remind you of your father? Oh my god, I'm like trying to... You know what the worst part about all of this, the move to Blue Sky is? It's refining everybody. You mean you never saw your father's skeleton in the shower? You know, Biff Manjaw, I cannot say I have. I'm a unique situation because I have never actually met my father. This is a real story. So like whenever anybody asks me that question or anything about like, oh, like, did your dad ever die? I have no idea. It doesn't, like, bug me or anything, though. I think if I had met my dad and he was, like, a deadbeat, I would have been way worse. It would have ruined me. But since I've never met him in my life, I have no real attachment to the idea of having a father like that. So to me, that avoided all heartbreak in my life. I've had father figures in my life, but I've never, like, had to come to grips with, like, that one Fresh Prince episode or whatever, where Will Smith, like, meets his dad again. And it's just like, this is terrible. You gotta see the good in life, right? Alright. What do you mean he has a spite pouch? Oh god, that episode always kills me. Yeah, it's rough. It's not rough because it's bad, it's just like, it's really well written, and that's the problem. But it makes me realize that, like, I'm so fortunate to have never had that experience, and that I never will, really. Like, that is just truly depressing. And, like, that kind of pain will make you, like, a stronger person, but, like, I'm just glad I've never had to deal with it. Is he gonna build another one? Oh, he's not. What a bum. He's dead. Like, we got this. Alright, I forgot I already had one defense. Oh well. Yeah, that episode is very sad. But no, to segue back to the original question, not even once have I seen my father's skeleton in the shower. I feel like that would traumatize me. I don't know if I'd be a better person if I saw that happen. Oh yeah, so this enemy, is kind of annoying, but not really. Do I have any, oh I do. I have a spare power block, let's use it. You want some, like, fucked up Mario trivia that'll ruin your life? Did you know the power block hits enemies in the air in this game? Maybe not in this one, but I know in Paper Mario 64 it does. Like, think about that. That crushed my brain when I saw that happen. Oh, I forgot about the partner wheel. Oh, whoops. When I saw the POW block in Paper Mario 64 hit like a Paragoomba, like I felt my head explode. Oh, let's go! I love that the stage hazards ignore defense now. I think that's actually such a godlike change. So many times if like a stage prop fell on an enemy, if it had one defense, it didn't matter. It didn't do anything. But this remake actually makes that mechanic, you know, matter. Great change, IMO. Well, I think, like, that's a lot of what the stage felt like in the original. When I really think about it, like, looking back at it critically, a majority of the time, the stuff that the stage effects or the stage hazards did was, like, very detrimental to you. And very random and hard to react to. And they both balanced that better in this remake, while also making it, like, reactable and seeable now.
I grow even stronger.
Which I think is a great change. Being able to, like, see a stage prop before it's about to fall on you, so you know, oh, I can guard. Or, a number of other things, like what I just described. They all go a long way in making it feel a lot less tedious and a lot more interesting to engage with. Because if somebody asked me, what are your biggest problems with Thousand Year Door's combat? In the original game, I would definitely say it was like the way the stage worked sometimes. But that's been completely fixed, I'd say here. And it doesn't really make the game that much easier to begin with, so it just feels better. Because these effects are largely random in nature and they're not really manipulatable, beyond like props falling over sometimes in certain like types of stages, you're at a situation where like the average time the battle system does something like that feels way better. But that was one of the... There we are. Like, about the only tweak to the battle system I don't like is how long it takes for the enemies to attack when their turn comes, and I know why. In the original game, the enemies could attack while you were gaining those star points. Like, you can see them, like, accumulate up there, right? Whenever you attack or whatever. And in the original game, while that effect was happening, sometimes enemies could throw, like, projectiles, and they would show up, like, behind the stars. And it would be hard to, like, super guard or block correctly because you can't see them coming at you. And that's completely amended now. Like, because the game waits, it means that that will never happen. You will always be able to see what the enemy is doing completely. But it does make the battles, like, a touch slower. But I got over that and got used to it pretty quickly. And generally, I think I prefer it that way, but it is a bit of a wrinkle. Oh, man. Anyways, I'm probably not upgrading my HP stat until the next chapter. Like, I think I'm gonna want, like, 20 HP for the whole run. I think that's all I'll need. Because the one good thing about double pain runs, the less stressful thing is that it only affects Mario. It does not actually impact the partners, which is good. Hey, Gas, it's been a long time since anyone came here. I wonder why. Could it be because you're in a castle with a big-ass dragon in it? Alright, chat, who wants me to fight Hooktail without the frog badge? I can do it, it's not that bad. But, speak now or forever hold your peace. Because you can trivialize that fight, obviously, but... You know, maybe to make the struggle more real. It's a good way to practice the differences in super guard timing, too. I love the little thumbs up Mario does in this remake. It's so cute. Fools! Oh. I looked away. Ah. Turned my head. But yeah. I'll grab the badge anyways, because, you know, I can't just leave it there. No idea why it's called Attack Effects G, though. I guess it's because it's green, but... Does it call it Frog, or is it Cricket? Yeah, it's Frog. Now, I have no idea why they changed it to Crickets in the original North American localization, because it was Frog in the original Japanese version as well. I have no idea what made them go Cricket. Did they think it sounded more like a cricket? Did they just not like the idea of Hooktail hating frogs? I don't get it. It's weird. It's like admittedly very random. Like for all the things the localization to alter back in the GameCube days. That is such like a specific and weird thing. But I don't know if anybody's ever interviewed or looked into like the localization staff, so we'll never know why. Oh yeah, some other great news about this remake recently. I heard it surpassed the original in sales now. I think it's at like 1.78 million or something, which is pretty good. So now more people have bought this than people that bought the original back when it was brand new, which is sick. I think it's great that this game did well. I don't think it did as good as Origami King did, though. But that's fine. It does make me wonder what the next Paper Mario will be, though. Maybe they'll remake the first one. If we're not sick of remakes yet. I'm actually like a little surprised they didn't do the remake of the first one. Because I figured they would have remade Paper Mario 1 before they'd have even done this, you know? Because it's still kind of surreal I get to play a Thousand Year Door remake this year. Like, it didn't feel real when it got announced, and it doesn't feel real now that I'm playing it. But here we are. There we go. Yeah, I was also supposed to do a Hammerman run in Thousand Year Door 64, the ROM hack, but I think at the time I ran out of motivation to do it. But I will be getting to doing that. Ooh, I am completely with you. No lie. I really want them, if they do that, I want the gameplay to get changed in some way, or spiced up. Like, I think in its current state, it's not as interesting as it needs to be. But I would love to see them remake that game and, like, lovingly irony poison a new generation of people. Because I still remember, as a early to mid-teen when that game came out, because that was what, 2008? I would have been 13. I still remember going on the internet and like the way Super Paper Mario completely changed what Mario fan art was in like the online space is one of the most like amusing and funny things ever. Like, it completely changed it. People were not exclusively doing Paper Mario fan art for that either, is all I'll say. But I agree, I would love to see them revisit that. Because, like, that plot, that entire game is just so bizarre and strange. Like, the whole thing. I think it is the, like, only Paper Mario game and the only Mario RPG that, no lie, completely jumped the shark in such a spectacular way that I kinda like it. Even though I think its plot is, like, unironically kind of, like, a little much. It's like it's a touch. A touch, exaggerated for a Mario game. Synthetical, I would go as far as to say that, like, Dementio is, like, in some part responsible for the affection people have to, like, things like Undertale Sands and many other things of that ilk. I would argue that is a huge component to that. And I think re-releasing that game, or, like, remaking it, for the modern audience would have that same kind of effect. And personally, I am totally down for the Burn It Down sort of revival of weird stuff like that. I don't know if that's true, Beautiful. But I think, like, it definitely had more to say than most other Mario RPGs. And it was certainly a strange and quirky game. Like, there's no getting around it. Super Paper Mario is like a fascinating specimen that could only have came out when it did. You could not divorce Super Paper Mario from the context in which it was released. From every joke in that game, every, like, little humorous quip that is in the North American version, that is in the Japanese version, all of that is completely tied to when that game came out. The nerd character and how one of the questions is like, I love going online message boards and like complaining about games I've never played. That entire brand section of humor existed in that era. It did not carry over, it did not come back. It is exclusive to that era of video games and gaming discourse online. Super Paper Mario definitely slots in with, like... Has anybody here seen the decline of video gaming? For any old Flash heads. I might be tugging at some straws that don't exist, but I think, like, Super Paper Mario is perfectly in line with things like that. That little cultural touchstone of video gaming. Newgrounds Flash era, back before, like... Oh god, I don't even know what to say, how to say it. Newgrounds before YouTube, or at least before YouTube got really big. I remember being excited for Decline of Video Gaming 3. I remember that. They announced it and I was like, oh my god, I can't wait. I love the first two. Not an ironic bone in my body at that age. And you know, honestly, I feel like I would probably still laugh at it nowadays. I'm sure there'd be like one or two jokes that I would not, like, jive with nowadays. And I'm certain that, like, some things about it would probably not impress me. But generally speaking, I remember loving it. And I remember thinking, like, that was, like, the funniest shit ever. And it is so symbolic of what people who played video games and partook in gaming culture online thought was really funny at the time. And I think that vibe is 100% what is in Super Paper Mario. Like, that is completely... I associate things like that with that game. Oh yeah, man. How many Mario vs. Sonic Flash game or Flash movies? Too many to count, right? I was young with internet access that I should not have had and too much free time. But it has turned those little Flash things into bits of my life that I will always remember. And I think Super Paper Mario fits right in with that. It came out right as I was, like, growing up and getting older. And it was almost like the goodbye to that era of online entertainment for me because, you know, after Super Paper Mario came out, you know, a couple years would pass and things would just change a lot. The 2010 and onward years were extremely weird and interesting. And they've led us here. And I don't know if I like here, but here is where we are, you know. Not even for, like, just today or whatever, but I mean, like, here is a concept of, like, this is what video game discussion is online, this is what video games are. Here is, like, a really abstract concept, and it's not where I thought it would end up. But it's not bad, either. You know, for some people, this is going to be their childhood in video games. This is going to be what formulates them into who they are as far as their video game tastes go, and like their understanding of video games and the culture around them. But for me, it's like the strangest timeline possible. Back when I was younger, I thought the final form of anything when it comes to video game content online was the Let's Play. I thought that would never die, that would always be like the bread and butter. That was a thing that every gaming YouTuber did. If they weren't doing a video scripted review like Some Call Me Johnny, they were doing Let's Plays. That was it. To me, that was the online video game content. Twitter barely existed. It was much smaller than it is now, or was at some point. I didn't have a Twitter account until like 2015 or 2016. I didn't start using it until then. And then slowly but surely the world just got much more connected. Things got strange. Video game content online started to change. And I am partaking in what is the new way to put video game videos online right now. What I am doing right now is the standard. And to be fair, I do think I enjoy streaming overall more, despite the technical issues. Because the thing about streaming is that the tech issues you run into with regards to audio balance, video, and stuff, that is all things you'll run into on a scripted Let's Play, except the chance for you to get the feedback that it's messed up is when you upload the video. Here you can just have somebody tell you your audio is messed up when you're just, like, doing it. Which happened at the beginning of this stream, and I appreciate the person that pointed it out. But at the same time, huge signifying shift in, like, video game content. But that's also because, like, what a Let's Play was back in the day of the ye olde internet was very different. You know, the definition of a Let's Play as per, like, Something Awful forums, which is where I believe they originated. Like, that was, like, some of the first ones ever. Or the LP archive. I don't remember which one came first, but I'm pretty sure it was the forums. The definition of, like, a Let's Play was a guided tour through a game, usually with the intent of, like, teaching somebody how to beat it or how to play it. And what YouTube Let's Plays tended to be was usually a first playthrough of a game. Which, when it comes to online content, I think that generally, like, works better when it is not a scripted video. And I think as live streaming got more prevalent, people realized that too. Dude, I remember parody video game videos that would use, they'd use, like, brawl replays. Oh, Krakan, you were on Something Awful? There's no way. I know that was not the greatest place when I think about it. But, like, were you, like, a Let's Player, or did you just comment in the threads? I would not be surprised if you did write your own Let's Plays on that website. You seem like the type. That's not even a bad thing, but, like, I could just imagine you taking somebody through a tour of a game like that. Both? That's hype. Wait, what games did you do? You can tell me. Because you're probably on the LP archive. Actually, hold on. I could probably find this out. Give me a minute. Because they archived all the threads and stuff. The LP archive is like a super cool website. And they update pretty regularly. Let me search. Oh my god! They've archived your videos! Yoshi's Island? Oh my god, you had voice chats with Diabetes? Proton John, holy cow. I feel so old. Wait, that's tight! Dog, you know how old I feel when I look at the phrase download AVI? AVI! AVI files! When's the last time you loaded up an AVI? We don't do that. We do fucking MP4s. I haven't talked to them in years. You know, it's funny. I'm sure they'd love to know you're doing well. Or well enough. Don't tell them you play a worse game than anything you Let's Played in the past, though. Plus R is a demon game. Hold on. I'm gonna... It says voice commentary. Oh. I have to download the AVIs to watch them. I might have to do this later. That's so funny. Let me check. Zero Mission. You did Jet Set Radio as well. Oh my god. That's so tight. No, I think that's the coolest shit ever, dude. I know you're like, I don't know if it's aged well. Or like, if you said things that you wish you didn't. Or any of that, but I just think that's so cool that that's all archived. Because that to me is like quintessential, like very, very, very old internet culture. And the kind of stuff that I grew up into. And in some ways out of, but like... A lot of it informed my understanding of so many things. But I mean, God, how old were you when you made those? Because those were, Because you're in your mid-30s now. You're like 37-ish, I think, or 36. I don't remember. You're like 36, 37, maybe 38, I don't remember. I know you're younger than Hano. Like, you would have been in your, like... God... Early 20s, yeah, that checks out. Oh, man. What a time capsule, right? Like, that's super cool. To me, at least. I think that's really cool. Like, for Yoshi's Island, you had the star lineup. Oh my god, dual audio tracks in this one. That's tight. 2000 2007. So that would have been 17 years ago. Wow. That was the Yoshi's Island one, mind you. Oh man. So you would have been just starting... I cringe a bit. No, I think you gotta wear that on your chest with pride. I don't think you have to say that, like, oh man, those are some godlike videos. But I think, like, there's a certain, like, coolness to being a part of something like that. Or at least having it there. Oh man, this remix is so good. I did not equip the frog badge. So we're gonna cook this boss traditionally. The hard way. It's like I'm trying to think of my greatest old internet contribution. And I don't think I have anything like that. This shit wasn't awkward. I think doing online stuff like this, weirdly, improves a lot of social skills that you might be struggling with. At least I can say that doing commentary and streaming and stuff like this made me a lot better at just doing, like, more broadly speaking, like public speaking stuff and all that sort of thing. But you know, I'm used to entertaining an audience at this point. You know, like, I'm used to talking to complete strangers who are hearing everything I'm saying, who I have to give full attention to and also try and keep at least moderately captivated. And, like, being in Discord VCs and doing all that stuff, it does help. It's not, like, the end-all be-all, but I can safely say, like, doing online stuff like this has made me better at socializing in some ways. And I always tell people, if you're nervous about starting on your own, just have a co-commentary partner. I think it's very good. I think having a co-commentary person helps you kill the dead air, and it gets you used to the sort of pacing of something like this. And then once you've done that for long enough, you get an idea of how you should start, you know, phrasing your stuff, talking about things, responding to chat, all that kind of thing. But you don't get good at that without, like, practice, or without having another person on to help you. And I still have co-commentators on to this day because it's fun. It's fun to talk with somebody else about something while you're doing stuff. You know, we're social animals. We want to have conversations all the time. Streaming is just a conversation. And so I definitely look at it as, like, very helpful practice to have another person with you. Can we get the fire breath again? I want to super guard that. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm glad you got to hop on board for that. The Game Center BS reunion is going to be super fun too. I'm looking forward to making the announcement for that as soon as Digimon Pao is ready to respond to a DM or whatever. I really want to lock the date in. I really want to lock the date in for it. Oh, Kurkan, I'm excited to see what you're gonna... For Frosty? Oh, word! Yeah, you'll have to tell me some entertaining stuff. In person only? Oh! Don't want that archived. You know what's really funny? You know how people found out that you could have more than 999 coins in this game? You wanna know the first reason people figured that out before they even got 1,000 coins? This dialogue with Hooktail, she offers you 1,000 coins in the GameCube original, which is more than you can hold. Like, you can only do 999. And in this remake, they changed to 10,000 coins. And people are like, why did they do that? And everybody's like, oh, it's because you can hold 1,000, I bet. Or like 9999, and it was true. That was like the first thing that gave it away. Oh, this is... Ugh. That's it! That was in the original US version too. Kind of wild to think about. Thanks, Nintendo, for that one. Why do you tab back in for that, Polar Bear? Is there something I need to know? You can tell me later in the DMs. You're just ready for that, huh? Alright, man, what is... Listen, there's no shame. I'm not a hater like that. That's not who I am. But... Can we get the fire breath? Oh yeah, here we go. Pwah! So I can super guard it, I say. They really had feet sniffing in this game. It's true. They really just were like, Chapter 1, no less. Like, not only do you fight a giant dragon, you get to contend with the fact that the people that made this game were like, that's what we want. That's a boss on its own. That might be the hardest thing to overcome yet. NES Go 13. That game is fucking funny. That game is like really ambitious. I think it is a very interesting game, but that game is fucking funny. How long did they get lost in the maze levels? Because I know the minute you go into a building, that game turns into like hell. And you never get out. You can never escape the Go Labyrinth. We all sound really funny with how it got transcribed to a screenshot LP from a video. Hold on, if I look this up, I'm gonna probably see... Because I see the ones that you did, but... Go 13! But I'm gonna look for the Krakan commentary. You know what? I guarantee because it's you... Wait a minute! Hold the fuck on! Is that guy named Dave _O the same one that plays Slayer? Is that the same guy? If that's the same person, I'm gonna lose my shit. There's just no way. No, okay, thank God. That was about to ruin me as a human. I was actually gonna start like dying. I'm waiting to see what you had to say. I guarantee you only show up in the maze. We try to convert a video LP with guests to screenshots. That's so funny. We had some technical issues, so we're just giving up on the video encoding. My guy. Oh! Yeah. Krakan, quote, he walked through in style. Oh my god, yeah, video recording was actually a monumental challenge. I remember that when I was doing Let's Plays in 2012. Not on the Something Awful forums, just on my YouTube channel. But I remember that. You know, Krakan, I still have my old-ass Elgato capture card from back when they had composite in. I think I still have the cables somewhere. Yes, back when capture cards had HDMI and composite. That's how long ago I was streaming. 2013 was my Mario Baseball test stream where I hooked my GameCube up to an Elgato. I remember. I remember that very vividly. God, I'm gonna DM you the best out of context screenshot with your name on it of all time. Oh, it does not make you look bad, it's just very funny. Oh man. I wonder, Krikon, how different you sounded in those old videos. Has your voice changed at all? I guess I'll have to verify on my own. Funny thing about me is that my voice is like kind of constant. Though you can tell when I was you can look back at a certain like gap in videos or time and period where you can tell I lost a lot of weight. Because my breathing is less heavy. When I talked in some older videos, I was having like strained breathing sometimes. Funny story about that. I remember thinking when I was watching, I was like, damn, dude, I sounded really tired. And I guess I was. Worms Armageddon? That makes sense to me, more than anything. You seem like the kind of person that would like that type of game. That game is just Faust Item Throw the game. Oh man, I forgot about this plot point. Where the computer falls in love. Big video game resume. I mean, yeah, have you seen the Game Center BS list of played games for Con? There's like 1,000 games on there that I've played. And they're all bad, to a degree. Well, not some of them aren't, but... I think to myself, man, my time management must have sucked, but I got through university, so I guess it couldn't have been that bad. I've just been having trouble finding a start to my career. Granted, I do write for a Nintendo website, so that's nice. But, you know... Smile. Oh well, I'm not even 30 yet. I'll live. I'm close, though. I'm 1 year away. I'm aiming to make 2025 a year of progress. Well, Krikata does not pay a lot, or much at all, really, but it is nice. It is nice to be able to say I write for an official Nintendo outlet. Well, not official, but like... Actually, I guess you could call it official, because the person that runs it has contact with Nintendo representatives and stuff. And, yeah, I'm aiming to make next year a year of, like, real tangible progress. That was my plan for 2024. And then, family things happened. But it was almost a year of progress, because I got interviews, but nothing happened. Hopefully 2025 is like that, but then something happens. I basically have to wait until after Frosty's, though, because there's ain't no fucking way I'm getting hired at Christmas and then being like, yeah, I'm going on vacation in, like, a month. I don't think that would be very wise, but after Frosty's, it's like, lock in, buddy. Maybe move. I have a lot of money saved. Might be time to move to a different city where work is more plentiful. And I could find something different. Who knows? Only time will tell. It's gonna be funny if you move down here. I mean... You know, Bear, there's still time. We have many years left on planet Earth. We could definitely be roommates. The cosmic joke could happen. We can't do the whole make a video game thing because you stop majoring in game design. Or what have you. But, you know. I'm sure there's some funny pivot. If we found a programmer, I mean, I could try. Hey, man, write that down. If you have an idea, I could learn. I just don't know what engine. We'd probably do Godot, right? I think Godot is a good choice. It handles 2D fine, right? What type of game we'd be making? I don't know what game you want to make. Like a fighting... Oh, man. See, that's... I don't know. Despite how much I like fighting games, I feel like I would hate making one again. I still have to update Fighters History Dynasties, which I am working on just, like, glacially. But, you know, after nearly 4,000 hours of Plus R, and probably my last Frosties for, like, this presidency... I'm like, I don't know, man, maybe fighting games are like my spectator sport thing now. I'm still deciding in my head, because I'm also not really positive if I'm entering Frosties to actually compete. I might just go to hang out, because, you know, I've seen so much in Plus R, I've done so much in that game. I have no, like, drive to really win. And I feel like if I'm gonna commit a whole day to a bracket, which that is what you do when you enter, you are locked in for that whole day. Is there a certain Worms video? Okay, let me take a look. Drunk exhibition. You came really close. I mean, I did. I was in like hand shot of top 3 for sure. But in a weird way, I don't feel like I have much regrets, because the way I got to 4th place was by running through a very packed losers bracket gauntlet that, like, didn't even end with the part where I beat the guy that won last year. That, to me, was, like, enough. When I got to Wukash, he played better than me. I was also just super tired. I was just done. I was like, it's nearly 10:30. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. You feel the opposite? Oh, like in terms of like how awake I was, or like... Damn, but I could... See, maybe if I got, like, 2nd, I would have been like, man. But my goal specifically was to beat Kadako. I wanted to beat Kidako. It goes without saying. The entire reason I entered 2024 was because everybody that talked to me in 2023 was like, you could beat that guy. You could literally beat that guy. Why did you not enter 2023? You could have beaten that guy. And people kept saying it and telling me to enter 2024. Oh, quit the game is a different thing. I'm playing the game. I'm just not playing it in bracket, right? I can play plus R all day. If I'm not in bracket, I can play it whenever and however I want. And then I can go fuck around. That's my logic. I'm at a venue. I could have fun. You know how many games are going on and how much like shit is happening on Friday that isn't just plus R? Oh my god. I'm in Chicago. I'm traveling. Maybe that's just part of me getting older, but... Yeah, that's the thing, too, is that, like... I'm gonna enter and basically fight people I could match with on QM. And that's not even an insult. Like, the people that are damn good at Plus R just play on the online, like, general lobby. Oh, Bear, did you figure out your rooming situation yet, by the way? I keep forgetting to ask you, but, I think Hano, Kirkan, and I have space in our suite for one more. But if you've got a room already... I don't know if you would... I don't know if you'd get a bed in the suite anyways. I think you might get the floor. Or I could take the floor, to be quite honest. I'm not a picky sleeper. But, like, when it comes to Plus R's best players in NA, all of them, in my opinion, are just on QM. Or at the very least, most of them are. And if they're not on QM, you can just ping them and ask them for games, and they'll give you games. Dude, Krikon, our room's gonna be a fucking mess. You, me, Hano. I don't know who else is coming. I'm sure Hano will get, like, one or two other people in there. Rooming with me is really tempting. It would be pretty funny. I mean, if you want to, just say the word. I asked Hano, he said he'd get back. I'll remind him and tell him that you're down. He's old. I'm sure Krakan wouldn't mind. Well, the thing is, Krakan, it's a big suite, too. When we had about 4 people... When we had about 4 people in there in 2023, it did not feel very crowded. Like, the junior suites are quite large. There's usually a couch, a TV, and like a mini fridge. There was a couch and like a chair. 2 beds, or maybe just 1 big king bed. The bathroom is massive. That's what I remember about it the most. The bathroom was huge. Oh yeah, Battle Craze is super fun. I'm sure that game has changed a lot since I last tested it. I am a playtester and a voice actor in that game, but... You know, I haven't had a lot of time to commit to it. But I play it like once every couple months and offer some feedback, and they go, let's go, and they implement it, or they at least note it. I have been cited as somebody very influential to a lot of its design. I don't know if you can see that in there, because I honestly think our newer testers are more active than me, and have contributed a lot more to what the game has turned into, but you can probably see, like, the skeleton of what I suggested in there. But Battle Craze is a super sick game. I'm excited for when it eventually launches, because they do plan on selling it. Oh, is M-Song going? I had not heard this. Hano had to really, really bug him to get him to go to 2023. But he did room with us. It was very fun. Very nice to meet him, too. If you really pester him, he might make it. He apparently is. Let's go, dude! Yes! Yes! Now I have to go if M-Song is going. I have to. I can't miss that. It's rare Pokemon territory. You don't see that guy very often. He's like one of a handful of people I would like go out of my way to rescue from Florida if it started sinking for no reason. I'd book a ticket. We gotta get him out. He is of good moral character. I trust his judgment. Oh, ah! I'm gonna tell Hano not to pull that out in front of me, lest I smite him with my divine judgment. Well, I do want to do plus R charades. Andu is going to be bringing props with him, I think. For anybody interested, I might have to do like sign-up sport or limit the amount of people in the room. But I want to do charades. We have Anji fans. We have Anji fans and some prop swords, which I think is enough. And I'm probably going to get a pool noodle or two for Cliff Sword and Testament Scythe and stuff. I can't wait to see people try and do, like, air buttons, if they ever pick one of those. Because that's just gonna be a... like, good luck. Imagine Krakan trying to do Faust 2K. I think anybody at Frosty's could do that button. I could try, I might be able to. Weirdly, like my leg muscles are fairly good about that thing. I can move my legs pretty well. Alright, we're 3 hours in and we're finally about to get to the part of this run that the stream is named after. I'll try to stretch. I won't take it too seriously, but it would be fun. Well, if M-Song's going, there's a good chance he's rooming with Hano. Because Hano had M-Song last time as well. It's just gonna be our fucking 2023 room again, but you're gonna be there. T.I. Sakai? That's like a fucking choreographed dance. But yes, Krakan, I think the three of us in the same room playing plus R would be just fucked up. I'm both excited and horrified at the thought, really. Because we did play in person at 2024, which is quite fun. I got to see you put your head in your hands when Cliff did anything. That was pretty amusing. You just looked at me. Like, dog. What do you mean I died? Oh. I'll never forget Jacob Pat, like, walking by and witnessing, like, Cliff 2D beating Milia 6K by just going around it. And then Jacob Pat just looked at me and looked at Deft, and he's like, I thought that was supposed to beat Lowe's, and Deft just, like, shouted, it is. I don't know what happened. And I'm just... Oh, it was so funny. You did make faces. I do remember the faces. They were like whimsical distress. You were like... It was very funny. Oh, this year's Frosties was great. You know, honestly, the best part of 2024 was Frosties. My year, like, quite literally just got worse. And I don't even mean, like, worse as in, like, mildly worse. I mean, like, worse, like, this notably just, like, dampened it. Oh, he's got it. Look at that. We got really lucky. There it is. I love this guy. Alright. Who's ready? And now the run begins. Secret Con, I would agree with that, but like, you know how all that stuff went down with my aunt and everything, and then, like, this entire year has been just like, and it's like, well, that all happened after Frosties, where I had like an amazing time, and I was like, yeah, 2024, I'm excited, this is gonna be a great year, you know, I got a medal, I did everything I wanted to do in bracket. I had an amazing time. I met people that I missed seeing for a year. We went to the Galloping Ghost Arcade, all that great stuff. And then it was like that amazing, wonderful, beautiful trip that I will never forget. Immediately into like a gradual downward spiral that sometimes took like steep nosedives. And then finally, Donald Trump just got reelected, and I'm like, holy cow. Stop, please. What next? And like, with that election decision, it is like a guaranteed impossibility that next year will be that much better. In fact, outside of, like, things that happen to me specifically in my personal life, and, like, maybe job stuff, I'm like, yeah. Unless some, like, divine cosmic intervention happens, which, I'll listen. We have video games still? Yeah, you know, we can cope. For some people, it's alcohol. For you and me, it is a video game. I don't know if I would say I'm, like, outright shocked. I'm just, like, disappointed. On a level of, like a monumental level. I was definitely, like, prepared for the possibility. I just didn't want it to happen. There are some things in life where you're like, sure, this is distinctly, like, an outcome that could happen. But, you know, you never want it to. Yeah, I've seen the trends. And I think, like, the biggest impact of this is that it's deflating. Like, more than anything, beyond the fact that it will inevitably wreak havoc on the lives of many people in the United States. This outcome and this situation is, like, extremely deflating to people who are fighting for better in other countries. Because it's like, if that just happened there, what the fuck am I doing? With all that, like, with all the information laid out to bear, with everything people had very clear access to, by the way, like, no fucking lie, I don't think it was ever out of the question that the guy was a convicted felon. Like, this isn't, oh, you know, it's like, how do I put it? This is not like people didn't have the info. Everything about him. His campaign was terrible, too. He got less voters than he did last year. Or last election, excuse me. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, the economy was probably always gonna do that. I think, like, the real story is gonna be, like... Yeah, like, I guess I should just say, it's just deflating, because it's like, you see that happen. And it's like, it looks like it's such an obvious fucking situation where, like, anybody who can look at it can see it for what it is, right? It goes so far beyond just like, oh, people are in a bubble. Like, there's no way to insulate yourself from, like, the degree of reality in which was affecting Donald Trump. His trials and everything, you can't just, like, pretend that's not happening. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a conversation topic as well. That I do kind of believe in. I don't think that's the sole reason, though. I think there's a lot that happened. I think that's, like, one reason, but I don't think that's the only one. I think, like, the conversation has to go further than that. Because I think, like, the entire Democrat platform did not feel particularly confident going into the voting. Like, it certainly is a factor. And I think, like, historians are probably going to have a conversation about how the Obama presidency and all the racism it unearthed, from him simply becoming president, like, the attitude around the idea of that happening again, especially if you consider how 2016 Trump got as much support as he did, running on a campaign that you could basically amount to, I don't want Obama to happen again. And when he won that, you can imagine, like, what kind of message it sent and what it represented. But it's just like, man, I honestly think Walz would have been a good runner on the ticket in general. But I think for Tim Walz to be a good candidate, they would have had to let him speak honestly and not try to, like, they would have to let Tim Walz speak extremely honestly about, like, everything, and they would have to let him not mince words when it came to anything, because a big problem is that he was behind the messaging that made the Democratic campaign, you know, gain a lot of momentum, and then they culled him because they were worried about how it would, like, impact median voters. And it turns out that, like, it didn't really matter. They didn't really court the audience they were trying to court in the first place. And it just ended up alienating their voters. I think even when the additional ballots are counted in, the Democratic turnout was bigger at the polls at a local level, but overall, I think the enthusiasm was lesser. And a lot of that had to do with, like, the Gaza, like, the situation in Gaza as well. It's just like, oh my god. Everything kind of piled up. And now we're here. But ultimately feels like the the vibes-based boating, as you said, Krikon. So hopefully, not that I'm confident, the Democratic Party will take a look at their situation and reevaluate, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even American, I'm Canadian. It just impacts me a lot. Like, almost anything that happens to the United States economy, in turn, impacts Canada. So I always pay attention. A lot of my friends live up here in Canada, too. Or down in the States, rather. And I'm just like, man. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting year. I live in Europe. Oh man. Whereabouts, actually? Lisbon, let me look that up. Portugal! Oh, sick! That's cool. That's quite far into Europe then, I think. If my geography isn't horrible. And my geography could be horrible. Come on. Come on, Google. Give me a world map picture. Oh, actually, no. That's around where the... Oh, okay, I see. Although that is pretty far from North America. I actually have no idea what the situation is like in Portugal, truthfully. Oh, I got really lucky there. Look at that. Is it one of those things where it's like... the world in general complicated? Yeah, it seems we're in the middle of a really... we're in the middle of a really unfortunate shift. The best way I can describe it. We're in the middle of, like, what I would call... a really, like, dire turning point in the world. But I'm really curious about where it'll end up in some time. But in a weird way, it has actually motivated me to be really active when it comes to election season where I live, even if my city is very small. I'm really interested in canvassing and, like, actually trying stuff. I've never done it before. I've never really participated. But I'm gonna make a genuine effort come the active election season to actually do something for the party I'm voting for. I've never done it before. Like, I always vote, naturally. I vote in every local city election that they hold and everything. Yeah, the extent I've heard from people is that, like, generally speaking, before we, like, historically, before we've ever built something up really well, we've always ruined it in a way that requires, you know, a massive repair. So I think we're at the point where we're going to see it dismantled or see it fall apart. And then it's just a matter of what happens when it gets built back up. It's definitely complicated. In some ways it feels out of the scope of what I even understand. But... honestly... huh, higher odds than you'd think. But... I am still confident in one thing. I'm confident in, if nothing else, one thing. And that thing is that if I make it to like 70 or 80 years old on this earth, you know, around the age where I'll both be retired and probably, you know, dying sometime soon, I'll probably live or see the world I want to live in, you know? I think by the time I am that old, the world will be different. And it will probably be the one that I want it to be. But until that happens, I'm living. Oh yeah, anybody that bought stock into stuff like Bitcoin and didn't really do anything with it back when it was new, yeah. I know a lot of people are like looking at it now and they're like taking it out. Like they're just like being like, yep, I'm gonna take it out. I do hope though that the world gets better. Because like, God forbid, how much worse could it get? And while the answer is a lot, I want to hope that, you know, by the time I'm done, it'll be better. Anyway, speaking of being done, this next area is going to be uniquely challenging. Now that we have double pain on, things are actually going to start killing me. Yeah, I think we're just at the point where people are exhausted at living through, like, what I would call national events almost every year now. Or worldwide events, rather. Which I guess if you think about it, since 2016 it feels like it's been happening. Things are happening at an alarming rate. That's the best way of putting it. Part of that is because we live in a society where we're taking in all this information as it's coming. Yeah, I've seen that conversation point come up a lot, where it's like, it's a really big problem where we're absorbing more grief than we ever should have. Because a lot of us are really empathetic. We look at situations happening and we're seeing things we wouldn't normally see as often or as frequently, because you'd find it in your newspaper, but you'd never be able to just scroll it wherever you were. You would have to read it in a paper or talk about it before, but now you can just look on your phone and... And like, I guarantee you, to an extent, it always has. But we're just not meant to take it in 24/7 the way it's like broadcast to us now. And we're going through like the societal trend of figuring out how to come to terms with that and live. Being human is complicated. It kind of sucks, but it's kind of awesome at the same time. You feel so good when you come to terms with it.
Oh?
Anyways, I'm realizing there's a bit of a problem with my current strategy. I don't think I can... Well, alright, hold on. Maybe the piranha plants are beatable. I do have coots. Well, I mean... I care about it, but I can't do much about it besides encourage better direct action. Oh yeah, Krakan, that is completely fair. 'Cause you were in your teens during that time, were you not? Which I don't know if I'd say outright as a child. I don't think I'm desensitized yet, but I definitely know it's probably not gonna stop anytime soon until, when the internet was new, yeah. The 80s and the 90s in general seemed like such a different time. I was born in the 90s, so, like, in the middle of it, I want to say 95. Which was pretty unique, I want to say. Yes, I'm realizing the problem here. I have the Jumpman badge. No, wait, it's fine. I have to take that badge off until I'm in the tree, though. This is the problem with Jumpman. I don't have Spike Shield. I think the only thing in the 90s that I can think of that was worse was the music. And it wasn't that much worse, but the 80s music is what I grew up with, because I was born in the 90s, but my family played a lot of 80s like CDs and tunes for me. And through those, I got super into 80s music. Whereas the 90s music, I'm okay with. There's a lot of it that's very good. But I have a much higher opinion of 80s. But everything else about the 90s I think was generally better. That I remember. But I was also very, very young in the 90s. Like, that was like, the memories I have of the 90s are when I was like 3 or 4. Whereas like the early 2000s were what I would call my real childhood. And the turn of the 2000s was certainly very fun. Like, I feel like when it comes to video gaming, I grew up into like what a lot of people define as like gaming just becoming a pop cultural thing. I grew up right in the middle of the popularity. Not at the beginning, not at the end where we are now. It's like sort of in the center. When it was just starting to get there but wasn't quite mainstream. And then, like, the PS2 happened. And I want to say the PS2 was the conduit for it. Almost entirely because the PS2 had a DVD in it. Like, had a DVD player function. So anybody that wanted to have a video game console and also have DVDs for their kid... It's so sad that anime was like a nerdy thing back when like anime was arguably kind of peak, you know? Because I love me that old stuff too. I still remember my cousin, she had a whole box set of Tenchi Muyo. And every time I'd go over to stay there as like a young kid, we'd put the DVDs on and just watch. Slayers is another one that I watched a lot. I'm like, damn, this shit was awesome. So different now. Not to say that all of it is bad, but... Oh, yeah. What I remember, too, was, and my mother says this to me all the time when I talk with her. This is something nice about the modern day. She says that, like, going out and shopping for memorabilia or, like, merchandise for video games or anime or what have you is so much easier now. She said back when I was young, it was harder to find all that stuff in just stores. Without having to go to either a really, really big city or, like, the Nintendo World Store, which is where we went when I was 10. She says, I kind of wish that we had this when you were growing up, because you would get birthday presents all the time like that. Because it's so much easier to find stuff. But, like, back in the 90s and the 2000s, like, finding video game or anime merch, you had to go to a special outlet. And even then you would have to, like, you would have to ask, usually. Unless you went to, like, the Nintendo World Store or some other place like that, it would have to be a specialized outlet. But nowadays, it's great. You can just get stuff. So there is a tangible benefit to the popularity. It just also means that, like, the lowest common denominator tends to be the target. And so, well, you know. But I hella remember that era. You know, I'm just gonna keep waxing nostalgic about old stuff. I'm definitely enjoying this conversation. This is reminding me a lot. You know what I remember? I remember instruction booklets. Anybody else remember those? I'm kind of sad. I was born in the era where they were starting to get phased out, but they were still being made. So whenever I'd rent a game or buy a new one, what I used to do all the time is I would open the case and I would read the instruction book. And I'm very blessed, because I think the GameCube and PS2 era was like the last era where they were really prevalent. But that was the era I grew up into. And so I had lots of reading to do. And lots of cute pictures and cool stuff. I can tell too, and I remember specifically what as an adult I see as, like, proof that they were ending. Like, the proof to me when I look back, right, is, I remember looking at instruction manuals for N64 games that I would rent, and then comparing them to the GameCube ones I would read, and noticing that the GameCube ones, while still good, were generally in black and white. They weren't in color print anymore. And I thought, well, that's weird, and that kind of signifies in my head, like, when they were putting a little bit less effort into them because, you know, they were getting phased out. You know, the color printing is just expensive, and who's really reading these? What was once an instruction manual's purpose is now served in the game very smoothly. But I miss them a lot anyways. It's why I very highly value all the digital manual scans that exist for games. I think those are super cool. And I think some old games just required you to use them. And it was an acceptance of a limitation, right? Like, if you were making a game on the NES, you can't really have really detailed tutorials in there. At least not easily. I completely agree, Ultra Doom. That is 100% where I'm at too. I feel like when you're born at like that specific turn of the 90s when it comes to video games, you kind of notice that like the trend shifted. It's not necessarily indicative of anything, but like the kind of games that used to get made don't really happen anymore. I think I talked about this earlier on the stream before people were here, but I say that like the reason Nintendo games stand out so much nowadays is because like Nintendo still basically makes games like they did in the 90s and the 2000s. At the very least, they feel like they iterate or at least are cut from that cloth. Even when they're not good or when they fail, I think Nintendo games still at least feel like they are made by the same company that made games 20 years ago. A lot of other games don't quite do that. And it's really like noticeable to me. And I had this epiphany too. I realized that so many of the people that like laid the groundwork for what we understand video games as now, because a lot of them were in Japan because this was like a Japanese export for a lot of its life, was a lot of those people aren't around anymore. Some of them still are, because I had this revelation when I played the new East game, East 10, the one with the sailing. And I was like, wow, this actually feels like a Nihon Falcom game in the year 2024, which is quite strange, because like Nihon Falcom has been around for a very long time. And usually, companies that aren't massive names like Sega or Nintendo that have been around that long, they're either bought out by a bigger company, or yeah, they get pushed out by shareholders, exactly. So to see like Falcom still making games that feel like Falcom games, it's like, that's really, really cool. It's why I'm like super stoked to see things like indie games in the space exploring stuff, as you said. Indie games feel like the creative future that I kind of saw when I was young. Whereas nowadays, video games are brushing into this problem where their budgets are inflated so much that they have to make games that are perpetually profitable. And so there's only a handful of games that can fit into that mold. There's not a lot of games that you can make, like this one that I'm playing right now, generate profit forever. Like, this game might generate conversations and acclaim and praise forever, but it will not generate money. And so a lot of game companies are like, well, if it can't generate money infinitely, this, like, 300-man paid project that is still probably not paying its employees enough, will not make back the budget, and we will just lose money immensely on it. And so you run into the situation where, yes! Well, that's part of it, right? Like, that's... Oh, man, yeah. You know what was great? When I installed Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, I was like, holy shit, this is like 1/3 of a COD game. No lie, I was like, oh, 30 gigs? That's not even half of a Call of Duty. That's actually not even half of like a new COD game. And like, even though high quantity and high capacity storage is actually not that expensive, I mean, it's not cheap, but it's not ridiculously unaffordable. it's also like, why the hell would I buy like a 4 terabyte SSD to put like maybe 10 games on it? Maybe 10's an exaggeration, but like, you know, you get what I mean. Like, that's like a lot of space. If I have like 4 terabytes, that's a lot. That's a lot of terabytes. At some place I think fighting games are actually doing pretty okay in. Yeah, I'm not super doomy about games either. I think the people that feel that gaming is going to die like that, I think are looking overly at large monopolies and like only the absolute biggest releases. And personally, I think video games that weren't the absolute biggest releases were still good in the 90s and the 2000s. And every era of gaming. Like, if you look back at the shared history and, like, the cloth of video games, it's not just the big games that get remembered and celebrated and cherished. So to me, if what we know as the modern AAA game just fizzles out and dies, to me that's not really the death of gaming, that's just the death of, like, that part of gaming. And I think it will. I think it is inevitably going to happen. It's going to, like, burst on its own bubble and explode. And anything that isn't, like, a big esports title is probably... Yeah, I mean, fighting games might be one of those genres. And I also think the way games are right now is also a consequence of the COVID pandemic. Polar Bear mentioned one of my favorite things, which is that COVID altered the timeline. COVID made, like, investors and shareholders dump so much money into video games that it was never going to perform well when the lockdown ended. The mass layoffs probably would have happened anyways, but I doubt it would have been to the degree it has right now. Without, like, the huge amount of, like, investor money and shareholder shit going on. Like, the amount of money they pumped in, because video games were making ridiculous money during COVID. Like, I think video game profits have gone down after COVID, but during lockdown, it was mental how much money video games were making. And so, to go from that to, like, a more modest yet still high number, all the people that invested during the pandemic, and, you know, investors will invest, they're pulling out, and it's very telling that companies don't really care about their talent because they are choosing their money over their talent. But it's... Yeah, I mean, SNK... There's definitely, like, a big asterisk on it. But I get it, they didn't really have any say in it. Which is the other big problem, is that the way the shareholders market works is just like, if they have the money, they can just buy it. And this is gonna dictate what you do now. Isn't that great? Oh. But yeah, gaming is gonna change as a landscape in like 5 or 6 or 7 years. But I think no matter what, there will always be games that carry on ideas of what many types of people want. Like, I do not think I will ever run out of games to play. Because even if video games that I liked stopped being made, there's so many that I could go back and play right now. Some easier to access than others, mind you. But generally, like, there's just a lot out there already, too. Which is the beauty of it. It's so dense at this point, right? So, I don't like to think too much about video games are going to die. I always think that that's just, like, really focusing on one aspect of gaming, rather than the broad picture. But I do think gaming is going to change. And I think products like the Switch reflect that change very, very directly in terms of, you know, what people are going to be playing them on. Exactly! Video games are literally like... Before there was the first video game, people were doing funny things on calculators, and that is literally in of itself like a type of play. I might die here. Okay, we're good. Like typing boobs on a calculator? Maybe the first video game ever on a digital screen. Programming your TI-83 to do something silly? And like the list goes on. I would say when it comes to video games itself, I'm happy with gaming. Like with games. Maybe not like the state of the industry, but with the games that I support and like, I'm satisfied. But I do yearn for better. I do yearn for better for the people that actually make them. Even if they make a game I don't care for, I think they deserve to be paid well for their time. Oh wait, I have Earth Tremor, we're cooking. Tiger, yo! Oh my god, you're a hero. I fucking remember those. You know how disappointed I was as a kid with those? I mean, like, they were funny. They're funny in hindsight, but I remember like, oh man, Happy Meal toy with a pack-in game? And then I got one of those, and I was like, oh hell. What the hell is this? But if I had grown up with things like the Game & Watch, I probably would have been like, oh, this is awesome. Yeah, I figured it was pretty late where you are. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Oh my god. Sonic... Oh... I wish I still had them. I feel like they might be somewhere in my home. But I remember getting a few of them. LCD screens are kind of like, like a firm reminder of where we once were, you know? One of my favorites. Oh god. And a few kids to get McDonald's Treasure Land. Yo! That game is awesome. That game is so sick. One of my favorite treasure games, which is really surprising.
I grow even stronger.
Because you'd think that, like, oh, you know, McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure is probably like some shovelware game. And nowadays, going back to it, you see the treasure logo on the screen and you're like... But, you know, back then it was like, what the hell, McDonald's? And if you played Mick Kids, you're probably thinking, like, this is probably alright, but... And then you got, like, a game that, like, is probably only worse than Dynamite Headdy and Gunstar Heroes. And about on par with, like, Alien Soldier. Alien Soldier is really good. I think my favorite treasure game is probably still Dynamite Headdy, though. Dynamite Headdy, as a video game, just explodes my brain every time I play it. I'm just enamored by it. I'm enraptured. I can't, like, look at it and not think to myself, this is the coolest shit ever. Alright, does this work? Yes, it does. Thank God. Thank goodness. Oh. But it's like, oh, find a bad treasure game. Like, I don't know. They made so much cool shit. Silhouette Mirage. Oh my god. Well, Synthetical, you see, I value my life, you know? Okay, well we gotta get Goombella out. I think that's the right play. To do more damage. I probably should have gotten Power Jump too. But, you know, that's thinking ahead. Ow. Why does she wind up so long? What the heck? Alright, we have multi-bonk. Oh god. Ooh! Oh, thank you. I'm gonna believe in it. Well, that's disappointing. It's doubled on Mario. Or Lightning only does 2 normally. Yeah, she got charge up. Yep. Ow! Okay, this is a problem. I do have Last Stand, though. Which might help. I don't want to put Mario in front. We're gonna cure this, though. Very nice. Wait, we can just do this too, right? Yeah. I won't lie, I expected that to be a lot worse. No lie. Alright. I think it's everybody's favorite bit of this chapter. It's a very good bit, you know? The Great Tree. I think after I finish chapter 2, I'll probably stop for the night. Or when I get to a certain point. We'll see. I've been going for quite a while. I think I'm doing a longer stream out of, like, consternation because I've missed a lot of my normal scheduled stuff. Which I feel a little bad for. Not a lot bad, but I'm just like, man. The motivation has been hard to find. But I have kept up with Sunday streams and Mario Hack Mondays, which... One of my goals going into 2024 was to make more streams, but I think by the time my Twitch report comes in December, I will have found that I've done that. So I'm excited to see the end result of that. I like watching number go up. Number go up is like a very baseline human thing, but I love seeing it. And tomorrow, I normally stream on Thursdays, but, you know, Mario and Luigi Brothership. I can't say no to that game. I have to play it. It's Goomba! Whoa! Hey, at least we have Jumpman now. We can deal more damage. Yeah, 15 HP. I'm probably gonna have 20 for most of the game. Can't imagine needing to go much higher, but wanting to go much lower either. I think we'll get inside the tree and save, and then I'll resume this another day. Free apple cider by the guy. Yo. Hella. Get on that. I mean, honestly, if it's free shit that you like, in the modern day, and it's free, yeah, I'm on it. The price of everything right now? Yeah. Even if it's just like, oh, you know, like a pack of juice boxes of apple juice. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll take it. Considering how much I'd pay for that normally, yeah, I'll take that for free. Alright. Like our first enemies since getting this badge on. Well, not really our first, but this is the first one that might do a lot of damage if I don't super guard it correctly. Enemy combatant. Do you think he'll drink the potion, though? No, of course not. That would have been 6 damage, by the way. This double pain badge is serious. 6 damage! That's a lot. Crow Country. Survival horror is one that I've never dabbled in. I really feel like I should, considering how many of my friends love Resident Evil and keep telling me to play at least one of them. But I'm just like, oh man, I get all jumpy. Embarrassingly, I'm a little bit of a shaky person. It's the same reason I can't play stealth games. I'm so bad. I'm too risk averse when I play them, and I just like seize up. My brain loses the ability to like make decisions. But I'll play for a little bit longer. I'm in the mood. Actually, you know, it is 9:30. I think I'm just gonna... Yeah. Well, thank you all for joining me. Anybody that's here from the Dino Raid or not, thank you all very much. I appreciate your viewership and your patronage, if any. But even just watching and lurking, I thank you very much. Crow County is actually a pretty easy one to get into. Okay, I'll take a look actually. Let me look at that before I go off. Crow Country. Oh, this looks fun. Oh my god. How recent is this? Yeah, it looks a lot like... I wasn't even going to say FF7. I was going to say more like... this looks like a... like some of those old 3DO games. With like cool looking lighting and obviously a lot more polished. But it reminds me of those early 3DO type games. Super sick. Ha. I'll remember that. But yes, I think that'll have to be it for me today. Thank you again for everybody that's here, lurking or otherwise. I have to go send you all somewhere. Let's see. Let's go say hi to PJ. He's a good guy. I love that guy. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you enjoyed what you saw. I don't always stream Paper Mario, but when I do, it's great fun. Thank you all for joining. Have a great evening. Let's go say hi to PJ.